stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality. We are covering the case of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her second trial. We are on day number 10. Day number 10. We left off yesterday with retired Lieutenant Gallagher on the stand in cross-examination. So that is where we should be picking up today. I have not looked or seen any spoilers because it was a busy morning, but so welcome back, you guys. Hi Lacey, hi CH, what's up Delana, hi JJ, Hammy, hi Carry On, hi Carla, hey Hoodis, what's up Shaz, hi Indiana Girl, hi Hillary, Lacey, did I say hi to you Lacey? Hi Lacey, hi Teresa, hi Richard, all right, hi Amy, what's up Post Punk Mama, hi Laura, Post Punk, where did it go? Oh, it was Judge Jessica Gallagher doing a doofus. All right, let's get this party started. Sleuthie should be joining us hopefully soon if her internet works today, which I really hope it does. I really hope it does. I think I got us paused at the hear ye.
Hear ye.
Oh man, that ceiling fan, that ceiling needs some help.
Hear ye.
You guys hear
All
okay?
persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, Counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Juror.
Sounds like he says Norfolk.
This morning.
Norfolk.
Thank you for your patience this morning. We were able to get some work done that will help facilitate things and make everything go a little more smooth.
I didn't see anything in open court. Let me just
I
double
do
check.
have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left?
Up ATS.
Yes. Everyone said yes, so nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Hold on, she does talk back here. Give me a second. I'll see what they say.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, so I was told counsel wanted to see me. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I figured it was. So that whole thing is a sidebar. Sidebar. What's up?
Sir, I'll remind you you're still under oath. Good morning.
All right, Lieutenant Doofus.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
okay.
Where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6 by 6, 7 by 7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But
Approximately.
you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not.
Hi, T-Dub. What's hello, Spring. Sleuthie is here now. Hi, Sleuthie.
Good
I was like,
morning.
Sleuthie's not here for me to tell her that Kim's here.
Hi, Kim. Love you. Good morning.
Hi, Sleuthie.
Good morning. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at my other screen. I didn't even realize you'd popped up. So I would have paused it.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, we're just starting. We just started it with Lieutenant
Gallagher.
Doofus.
Deputy Doofus.
Deputy Doofus over here.
Not recover or see a hat, a man's hat,
No, sir.
black
no.
in color, baseball style hat.
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe.
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Morning, Molly. Love you.
You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling and the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around when you were in the house. This is the second time you're at the location. So you went back with Sergeant Lenk. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then. Ms. Gallagher, with regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. You didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go
Why
down
is it
to-
absolutely not?
Previously?
Because they had no probable cause to look at any of this stuff. So you can't just go searching people's stuff without probable cause. So absolutely, he did not search anything because he had no probable cause to search anything.
You just sound so weird. Absolutely not. Like you're denying having stole the cookies from the cookie jar.
Right. Absolutely did not touch those cookies. Yeah, he just didn't observe. But that's what he's going to go with. I guarantee it. Like, absolutely did not do any of this because there's absolutely no probable cause to be doing any of this. So he would not do it.
Because there was no reason to believe that John had ever stepped foot in the house.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. No, absolutely
Hey,
not.
that was weird.
You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir. No.
You didn't look around the garage?
No.
Why is that not absolutely
Other
not?
than walking in and basically where you just described.
Did he look around the garage? I thought that was like, wait a minute, wait, did he look around the garage?
Yeah, he's like, did you look around the garage? No. But everything else got an absolutely not.
Right.
Hmm.
So it's like, did you actually look in the garage?
Do you think there might have been reason at least to look in the garage? Maybe that's why it was an absolutely not.
Look at his face. He's all, shit, I should have said absolutely not.
Yeah.
Sleuthie caught me. Fuck.
He's gonna mouth it because he knows that I'm a lip reader.
Yeah. He's like, I'm leaving here and getting some white milk. Son of a bitches.
Standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything.
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant.
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house.
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was one of, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort, just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least to your mind.
How'd you know?
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, but not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Yes.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature.
Absolutely.
At that time.
At that time.
So,
no, not just at that time, at any fucking time.
Yeah.
Ever.
Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay.
Why?
There were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
Hey,
Then why are you saying it like that?
I don't know, but try this. Someone said, CT Girl 5150 said in your other comments, if your arrows don't work, use J for back, K for stop, and L for forward. See if it works.
Okay, hold on. J, K, and L?
Yeah, J for back, K for stop, L for forward.
And before you were removed from the vest, did not do that.
Not at that time.
Oh!
You added, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter.
Wow. I'm about to write them on a post-it.
Yeah, with the directions. Like,
I don't.
what
Yeah,
is it? Yeah.
yeah. J back, K stop, L forward. I don't know if she's in here, but that's wonderful because I was scared
the
to even
hell?
touch it yesterday. I don't know. Does the arrows work? Try the arrows. Maybe they work now.
Just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lank had with
Worked
Jennifer
once.
McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house.
Separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Is that
Whether or
fair?
not you
So, Detective Sergeant Lank,
separating those witnesses after.
Wait.
Jennifer McCabe only.
So
Okay.
the J, K, or the J and the L
Mhm.
make it a 10-second rewind and a fast forward.
Oh. Well, is the arrows working for 5?
It worked once.
But there,
Detective Sergeant Lank
Yeah.
was there to speak with Jennifer
then-
McCabe only.
okay.
And then that's it.
No more.
Including
So it's like it kind of did because it kept going on a delay. I don't know. The arrows are not working as well. I should just say that.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The arrows are not working, Sleuthie.
J for back.
Yeah, and that's a 10-second one. So I guess if you had to do a 10-second, I mean, even if your arrows are working, it doubles the rewind and the fast forward. Look at that. Tips and tricks, people. Always
Honestly,
learning
10
something new here.
10 seconds is better anyway. 5 is hardly anything. So
Right. I typically have to do it multiple times.
we didn't break the arrows.
Yeah.
StreamYard
Lacey,
must have.
it's not our fault.
Yeah. All right. Well, good. I'm glad I saw that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Being Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Correct? Not all. The evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time.
At that time.
So Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lank had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that?
Not by me. Absolutely not.
Okay. Not by you?
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert or Detective Albert very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Uh-huh.
You're aware that all the others fucking suck, right?
It doesn't matter if you do something wrong.
Yeah, he's still the best. I mean, maybe he is the best. He's the best of the worst.
Like the best at what? What do they really investigate? You know what I mean?
He would have used a snow blower instead of a leaf blower.
Mm.
The best of the best.
Why didn't he just blow on it with his lips? Just you're down
on his hands and knees. He's just on
very gingerly.
Fucking this guy, dude, I swear. Absolutely not, Sleuthie. Absolutely not. We're not blowing on it gingerly. Absolutely not.
You stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
You indicated that you contacted your deputy chief, Deputy Chief Gallagher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Gallagher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Gallagher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, ARLO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach Your Honor
Yes.
briefly?
Thank you.
Mr. Gallagher, would you take a look at that photograph that I just handed you?
Yes,
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Mr. Gallagher, if you could read that for me to save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
But, it is S? Okay, thanks.
So your
Uh,
observations aren't that
Gallagher,
great.
do you recognize what's depicted in that?
S's are 5s and 5s are S's.
And that's with his glasses on.
He's like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That cannot be an S. It's a 5. Absolutely.
I'm surprised he didn't say that.
I know. Do we know why he went over to that guy's house to get the solo cups instead of Brian Albert's house? Hey, dirty addict. I stopped by
Good
because
question.
you asked. Aw, Sleuthie.
Oh, hi, nerdy. Good morning. I love you.
So why doesn't anybody just go up to the Albert residence and ask them for plastic containers?
I don't know. And at that time, it's not like they didn't already talk to, like, Lank was already inside.
Yeah.
So they knew they were awake
Mm-hmm.
and staring out the window likely. So I don't know. I don't know why.
Like, I don't
Why
know why
didn't
we
they
have to go all
offer?
the way across the street. Yeah.
Like, why chance going and waking up Kelleher rather than just like these people at 34 Fair? I'm sure Nicole has Tupperware.
I'm sure she does. I'm sure she's thrown a Tupperware party or two.
Yeah, I mean, I have all kinds of like what's that brand? I know I use Anchor, but then there's another brand where it's like the glass bowls and the plastic lids.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's too early for that.
Someone will say it.
Corn-
Um,
no.
No. Pyrex, yes. Judge Jessica.
There you go.
So like
Thank God.
even that would have been a
Absolutely
little,
Pyrex.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Red Solo cups are known for being the best at holding liquid terrifically.
And they don't get soggy.
Maybe the Alberts just did not have the high-end Red Solo cup.
Yeah, they must have only had those like styrofoam coffee cups you get at AA meetings. Or the cones that are at like the doctor's office at the dispensary waters, the water dispensary things where they give you like a little cone that you can get like maybe a half a sip of water from.
Yeah, like the old school snow cone like things. Yes.
Yeah.
Those do not hold liquid terrifically.
Yeah, they're like, we want you to be able to quench your thirst a little bit, but we don't want you to become hydrated.
Well, that's all the Alberts had because they didn't drink water.
I'm surprised he didn't put the blood in the glass he just found.
He's like, I'll just store it here.
I think they didn't want to take anything out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, because it's a potential crime scene.
Yeah.
So you probably don't want to remove anything from there, the house, in case it's a crime scene.
Or God forbid something match,
Right.
you know?
So go somewhere else that is not connected.
Yeah. You didn't even ask Kelleher for help. It's like, it's just so weird to me that you went and woke him up. You didn't ask him for any help.
Mm-mm.
And so it's just odd.
Just for plastic containers or red Solo cups.
It's spelled, you have deputy, right? And then the second one is DOOOOOOFUS. Oh, you're talking about Tom. So it's KELLEHER. Kelleher. Tom.
Tom.
Mhm.
Okay.
Photograph?
I recognize the camera and the door.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's, sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you
What, they
see
rebuilt
that
the house?
camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning, basically its positioning in January of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Did you seek the footage? From the
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, when we publish, actually, I'd like to mark this as evidence next in order.
Okay.
I may approach.
Yes.
Is it 53?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which I'm
Yes.
highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Kelleher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Did you seek, and we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay.
Yes, I've seen it.
So you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally?
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything. So I didn't think it was practical.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. It's overwritten.
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about, I don't have Arlo cameras. So I don't know anything about
So
the
you
system, but
Okay.
I have Blink. So we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
Because you're an
I
idiot.
have Blink, correct.
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Kelleher, I'd like that Ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring. And
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
He is really frustrated about the fact that Jackson wants to call this a Ring camera. He's like, it's not a Ring camera. Like, stop saying that he has a Ring camera. It's Arlo. It's an Arlo camera.
The problem is that if he would have gotten any of that footage or even tried to, it could have, for them, proven that Karen hit him with her car.
Well, if you remember when this whole thing very first started, that's what they said, was that they had footage of Karen hitting him with her SUV.
Well, I'm pretty sure that I've pieced together that I'm 97% sure that that came from the Alberts when Julie was texting the group, or not Julie, when the group chat was talking about how Julie said that Channel 4 was in there.
Mm-hmm.
And they told Chris to ask questions and say the guy never went in the house. I think Chris's dumbass is the one that said they have Ring camera footage. I think that was their source, in my opinion. Because then it disappeared. Like, it was never written in another article. Like, it was, the timing of it is just strange. And could they have, if Chris wasn't there, could he have thought that maybe it would be on camera? Maybe. I don't know.
I'm thinking they thought it was on his camera.
I mean, I thought for sure. I mean, I have to be.
I think it's not on his camera, and so therefore his camera is absolutely irrelevant to having to be looked at.
Yeah, but
because it's not on his camera.
Well, I think I really just wonder if they even reviewed it at all, because
absolutely not, Sleuthie. Absolutely not.
It's just so weird to me. Like, if you really think about investigations and how often they have like so many cameras that are absolutely worthless and you're just reviewing them for no reason, like there's nothing there, but you still have to get them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe the pic that he was seen or was sent was actually just a zoom in from the camera.
Exactly. And also, like, if you're going to ask me to pick up a package on your front porch, you don't have to also send me a photo of it. Like, why do I need a photo of the package? Like, I'm just going to go over there and look for a package and then pick it up. Like, why do you need to show me it? I don't think that's true.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't take a screenshot.
Go pick up this package. It's right here. I'm going to show you on the camera right where it is.
On
That's
a tiny, tiny step. like it's a front step.
Yeah, just
You-
go
you-
fucking get the package. So, and where that camera is positioned, you would have saw the yard across the street. Well, that being said too, like her car, supposedly Karen's car, would have had to have gone in front of 32 Fairview to back up the 60 whatever feet in order to hit John. So it
Exactly.
should be seen on the camera.
If anything, you should see her car like pulling away, reversing, and then pulling away again. Which, even if you didn't capture the whole incident, like you don't even have that. Just like her drive home from there. It's just bizarre to me to be like, she didn't get caught on anybody's cameras.
No, yeah, no other cameras. And does the camera pick up sound? That's a great question too.
Exactly. It could have heard that too. Lights, like if lights shined even briefly, like in the yard, like my camera goes off when sometimes it's animals, but sometimes like I'm looking at the footage and like I can't even see what could have possibly set it off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's hard. It's like sometimes a car will set it off. Sometimes it won't.
Yeah.
You don't know.
A bird.
Yep. Or a bat.
Mm-hmm. Halloween bat.
A Halloween bat.
2,000 years, Lacey.
Let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
Why you look so dumb?
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD?
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Sure.
that question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean. I know
Yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived there. the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
Sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Wait. When did he talk to the chief about the fact that they were no longer going to be involved in the investigation? Wasn't it that day when he goes back and before he goes back with Higgins? So why would he be reading anything about it 24 hours later?
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
Yeah.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were removed.
So I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
Right.
You had, for instance, being a top level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that
Yeah.
be work?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card.
Yes, I am.
And that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed the key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes,
Maybe
sir.
even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
negotiate things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, sworn police department, correct?
The uniformed police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. By the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Speaking of the Sally Port, I want to move back to the Sally Port. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sally Port, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sally Port, whatever was left there.
Yes.
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
We had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said that you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when, I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene.
I have two questions. So one is, would they not have to arrange that with you to bring it back to your Sally Port and like make sure that there's a spot and everything else? And two, I vividly remember the first time that Buchanan testified to Sally Port footage, he pointed himself out taking photos of the car. I think specifically the front of the car, right when it came in. Do you remember that?
Did Gallagher do that or Lank?
Did you say Wood, Gallagher, or Lank?
Yeah. Did they were they involved in any of that?
Well, I don't know, but like Gallagher's higher, he was higher up.
But Lank, he says Lank was in charge because Lank was there first and he was the detective. That's what he said about the scene. That it's all that Lank was in charge, which is why Lank had to write the reports and Gallagher didn't write anything.
So why the fuck did he come?
Because Good told him to.
Like, are you just nosy? Like, because you didn't do anything. Well, you did do the leaf blower thing. You're right. You did do something, I guess.
Well, he told everybody to do all the things. That's what Jackson's point was. Like you're saying you're not in charge of anything, yet you're the one directing everything.
Well, he made a good point when he said that above and beyond just directing people to do things, you specifically found the cocktail glass.
Right. And all this blood, and you didn't mark where any of it even was.
And still didn't write a report.
What if the blood's in the snow over by the steps to the house? We don't know. We have no idea.
Mm.
I mean, they took photos, but we don't know. That doesn't correlate. We have no idea what blood came from where.
Right.
Did you see his clown face?
Yeah, I love it. I actually prefer it.
I know. Like, it works so well.
Yeah. It looks real.
Like that's what he's actually testifying as. He's a
Yeah.
clown.
Yeah.
Man. Okay, so that was one question. What, do we do both questions?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. He's just like, I just want to go back to retirement and tanning.
Yeah.
Back to my tanning bed.
A seminal piece of evidence had been.
Does he look a little less tan today?
Control of Canton PD.
Yeah, he actually looks more pale up here and still really tan down here. Like the
Interesting.
blood is pooling at the bottom of his face.
I wonder if he got a spray tan and he was like sweating so much yesterday when he was
It all started to drip. It's all just settled down.
he got streaky.
Oh God, that's hilarious. He does. He looks whiter up here.
I could see him like blotting his forehead with a handkerchief.
Oh gosh, yes. You know he's got a hanky in that jacket.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a little hanky.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, that face.
His poor wife.
It wasn't
As the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
it wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it was on your property, in your Sally Port, with access through your key cards.
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see.
Calling Helena.
To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to...
He wasn't the chief at the time. Wasn't it Berkowitz at the time? Or no? When did Rafferty take over?
Maybe it was. It might have been Berkowitz. I'm trying to, because I think she was there. Maybe it was him.
To photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, sorry, 30th or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however.
January has 31 days. Why aren't we counting that day?
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January
I have no idea.
30th, have you?
Yeah, I've never seen any photographs with any dates on them.
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not. You had already moved from that spot?
I had,
In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Gallagher at the time. I know you keep it's a mix up. So we've had promotions since January 29th. And I think that's where the mix up might be.
Yeah, you all got promoted.
So he was a
When
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Gallagher, he was actually Lieutenant Gallagher and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
And
That's-
I was in charge of the dingleberries.
Yes. Yes.
detectives.
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that unfortunately, John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
But you can collect whatever.
You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, unlike a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hyper sensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
It can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
Yep.
It's been done. Yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No,
Yes,
I don't
no,
understand
yeah,
what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium that I
Yes.
just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes.
That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints. Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could.
Show us the cups by the tail light.
Okay. There are 4 photographs, Gallagher, that I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr.
I'm all
Gallagher, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to Massachusetts.
Oh my God.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Their approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Are there any objections, Mr. Brennan?
No objection, thank you.
What has she got there? A dehumidifier?
Oh, maybe. What is that?
I don't remember seeing it before.
Speaker, maybe?
It's 54 through 57.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on Based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you
And there's the
recognize
bag.
what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
This is the one I was
What
looking for
is-
yesterday.
That.
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it, agree to call it a rag or
You
paper
think it's a
towel.
paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture, in the pictures,
When-
but it's a white object, yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's fine.
Yes,
All right. And do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes.
yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire, yes.
Oh,
Okay.
come
And
on.
that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag, yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is exhibit 56 for the record.
I don't know where he's getting a couple feet from.
What's depicted inside the bag?
The red Solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do, yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby, yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And one final photograph. This is exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
the red Solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red Solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo cups.
The only ones I have seen, yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct? The taillight
The
area.
tail light area, yes.
Prime cup.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know,
No.
what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday you brought a box.
What?
You remember that?
Yes,
What do
That box
you
had
mean
tape
by
on it.
that's
seal?
correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red, it can be blue. I mean,
Oh, you
different
fucker.
shapes, different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes,
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with the word
Pre-printed,
evidence.
yes, correct,
And it may have a place for initials to be.
correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because if someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through. It has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct,
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
yes.
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
That's correct,
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were. Yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I have
correct?
no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. It was an exchange of custody.
So
I have any issue with it.
You don't know, you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But
There was someone
the
else.
cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my point.
okay. So are you saying you can't cross contaminate shit with gloves on? Like you literally did it right in front of everybody's faces yesterday on the stand. With the gloves. Touching
Guy.
the scissors and touching the mic and touching his face and touching the glass and then touching the box and the bag. Like, what?
Telling you, anybody who has been convicted off of an investigation of this fucking guy needs to be looking at at finding out how that crime scene was processed, because this guy knows nothing about collecting evidence whatsoever.
He's literally they're trying
Yeah, the gloves he pulled out of his pocket.
yeah, they're trying to convict her a second time on this fuckery. You would think you would just like put your tail between your legs and go away after the first time.
No, I think the problem I really have is that this guy doesn't even realize he did anything wrong. He's still super happy with everything he's done.
No, I think he does. I think that he's got no choice but to own up to it, because otherwise, like, in no world do I picture him going to sit here and say they did a bad job.
Well, no, I think he thinks they did a good job.
I think he didn't care. I think he was careless. I think they just did whatever they wanted. Whatever happened, happened. And he doesn't care because he was told that Karen Reed did it. So he don't care. There's no way he can think that this is good or normal. That can't be so. This must be him just trying to own it and make it seem like it's not that big of a fuck up. Because now they don't have Easter, the FBI, the former FBI or FBI agent or whatever. Bev's not letting Easter come in to say just how fucked up this is. So the more convincing, like if he is persistent on how this was correct and they did great and it was, really innovative thinking to use the leaf blower and stuff, then they might be able to convince the jury that it's okay. Because nobody's going to get on here and say it's not.
See, I think that he really does think it was innovative and what a great job he did. And like how Jackson is making fun of all of his years of experience that brought him to being so smart and so innovative that he made the decision to go get the leaf blower. I think he's very proud of himself.
It's gross. I don't know which one's worse.
That these guys are the best detectives, even though they're disciplined and all caught drunk driving throughout Massachusetts.
Lacey.
What'd Lacey say? Oh.
I will never go into another trial blind. My heart can't take this.
We tried that. What case did I try that with? Oh, the Hughes.
Yeah, she seems to be keeping up better though than we did with that. Like,
yeah, no, that was terrible. I'll never do it again. I can't do it. I couldn't handle it.
My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time, you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know.
How do you know?
Because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes.
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
You did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is correct.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
That day or that morning when you
Did
went
you just
to...
say you had an owl camera?
Yeah.
Was it for watching owls?
I don't know. I'm not an owl watcher.
Well, does it capture owl pigs or just owls?
Probably just owl pigs.
But only in 32 Fairview, not at 34.
Why is Hank so dumb? How hard is words? How hard is English?
Owl, owl, owl.
God.
ATS has a baby cam called an owlet. So maybe he does have an owl camera.
He got marbles in his mouth.
Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was. Were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used the phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No.
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
No.
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. Activated cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street. and
Okay, no.
I
But
am,
you, no.
Very,
You were just asked if you know if the camera reaches to the street, and you said you weren't sure. Now you're positive he wouldn't have it pointed at the street?
Well, earlier he testified that it was only the front step and a little bit down the sidewalk.
Into the yard, on the front step, and then a little bit into the yard.
Yeah, so not the street.
Yeah, but then just now he said
He doesn't know.
he's unsure if it would reach the street or not.
Yeah, but he knows it doesn't cover this. That now he's going to change to it doesn't cover the
It
street
doesn't, right.
because it's a busy street and it would just go off all the time.
Like, did Gallagher that day send him a photo of the view of the camera from the porch? Because, like, I don't know why you would just assume like that. So, like, it would be appropriate and okay if I just like walked past the neighbor's house and saw the Ring camera and thought, I doubt that picked anything up, and just not get it or check or ask at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you get it and it's worthless. Like, okay, then you don't have to use it.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, why not turn that in at that point and just say, hey, this is it.
Right.
He's saying like I didn't have to do anything because I already knew so much about everything because I know the cameras of all of my superior officers.
Yeah, no.
quickly if they captured the street.
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road, is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
The hell?
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes,
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
in this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the Can't Fire Department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was. Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman. You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
Neither of which saw
Suggest
John's
where
body.
You were looking in that area.
Right. You have the Jen McCabe who tells Good, who tells Lank, who tells Gallagher, or Good tells Gallagher There's a whole bunch of people.
Yeah,
None
none
of
of these
them.
cases fall in.
No.
Where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches
And why such a
What?
limited search?
because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
So they only checked 15 to 18 inches? What? Didn't he just say on cross that they did like a 50 square foot search?
Yeah, because that's what they tried to tape off, remember? And it wouldn't work.
Right. So so we went from 50 square feet to now you're saying you only checked 18 inches. We're like, what? This specifically is to try to explain away why they didn't find any tail light. That is bullshit.
Right. I didn't realize, I didn't see Nanya's comment from earlier. So it told you that you have no dick. Would you just believe that, or would you go check? He's like, they sent me a screenshot and I have no dick, so I believe it. He said 15 square foot. Oh, it's 15 square foot.
Well,
6
15
by
square
7, he
feet.
said.
15
Well, now
square
he's-
feet still isn't 18 inches, 16, whatever he just said.
I think he said 18 inches. I just rewound it. Hold on.
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
No,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches
Oh
And
my
why such a limited search?
because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Okay.
But you
Does he
didn't know
realize,
exactly where his
does he
body
realize
was.
what 15 to 18 inches is? Like, how small of an area that is?
A foot and a half.
Yeah, I don't think he understands what he's saying.
Oh, of the berm? Who just said of the berm?
15 to 18 inches, like off the berm.
No, I think there's so Hank obviously didn't make this clear because he asked if he checked like the area between the flagpole and the drive. Like he's asking about these big general areas, and then this doofus says only 15 to 18 inches. So you may be right that maybe they only uncovered 15 to 18 inches of the berm, but that didn't seem like the appropriate answer to the question. For me, I thought he meant
Yeah, I thought he meant
like what area
area.
did you search? Only a 15 to 18 inch area. So you heard it the same way I did.
To check and see if he tripped, because the berm is going to show if he tripped. Or what is he looking for at the berm? I thought they uncovered the berm to see how far off the road it was.
Correct. That's what I would have thought too. But they
Otherwise,
didn't
I don't-
find John's shoe when they uncovered the berm.
I mean, he's like, but we only did the 15 to 18 inches of the berm because it was just a medical call at that time.
I thought they would have uncovered the berm just to see, like you said, how far his body might have been from the road itself.
Right.
But
otherwise, I don't see you can't tell the dude tripped over a berm. It's a curb. That's all
I would
it is.
ask
It's a
him,
curb.
like I would ask him, okay, so you uncovered the berm. Did it tell you that he may have gotten there by tripping? Like, and how would you determine that? How far away he was? It just gets me. I don't understand none of these people knowing where his body was located. I mean, that is just absolutely outrageous to me.
Yeah, his yard is higher than the sidewalk. There's no sidewalk.
There's no sidewalk on this side.
Right. So it's just the end of his yard going down into the street. It's essentially a curb. That's the easiest way to know. It's just made of asphalt versus cement.
Yeah.
It's rounded. All right, I'll show you what the berm is. Let me see.
Yeah, it's like a little mountain. It's not a square. It's not a square curb. It's a rounded.
It's rounded because it's just the edge of the lawn going down into the street, so it separates your yard from your street. So I'm like, it's just a curb. I would never call it a berm. I'd call it a curb, no matter what it was. I know I have a picture of the house, not with snow everywhere, so.
Yeah, I think the Angel said the defense has hinted / going to present testimony. Oh, I said / I read / testimony.
You did. ATS, call her out. Call her out.
That there is likely alleged item / surface that caused blunt force trauma to OJO's head. I think that it's either going to be like the little things sticking out of the weight bench in the basement, or maybe Higgins's plow. But at this point, I don't think it'll be the plow. I think they're still set on that he did in fact go inside the house.
Well, yeah, that's their theory. My theory has more to do with the plow on Higgins's truck or Jeep. You can't really see it in this picture, but
why don't you just pull up? Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, it was the first house picture I had on my computer. I'll do it this way.
Are you typing in 34 Fairview Road?
Yeah.
Yeah. You should be able to pull one up from No Snow.
From No Snow. It's actually harder than you think. Ironically. Oh yeah, here's a good one. Somebody drew on this one, but whatever. This is not my drawing, but it's just on Reddit. Wait, that's not the right one. Where did it go? What the heck? Okay, I'll just have to show you from Google then. This little asphalty thing. It's not a curb,
Yeah.
but it's a curb. So I said,
And
I should be surprised.
If you go down, I think I might have Googled the same thing you did. Here.
So like, you'd be surprised that there's actually not. Oh, here's one.
Is it someone driving by? Uh-oh.
It's just gonna take a minute.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, look at that!
Oh my God, it's me.
Yeah, you have the damn photo, Sleuthie.
Oh my God, look at that.
There it is. There's the berm. Look at that. I pulled you up on Google.
Wow.
Yeah.
I made it.
Yeah, you did. So this little thing right here.
You blurred the house out.
This is the berm. Berm.
Yeah.
The berm. It's a curb. Let's see what you had to say. John O'Keefe was not. When is this from?
When was I was going to say, what's the date on this?
January 10th, 2024.
So
John O'Keefe was not found 12 feet behind the fire hydrant. He was not found behind a large bush. This is according to Nicholas Guarino, his GPS data, and the plotted points. He and Trooper Proctor waited almost 14 months after John's death to plot. He was found 14 feet from the road between the hydrant and the flagpole, closer to the flagpole. Look at where the sewer cover is. His body was on the north side of it, closer to the driveway. This is according to Garino's coordinates. Matt McCabe's headlights absolutely would have illuminated John's body in the yard as Matt was reversing out of Brian Albert's driveway and cut his wheels to head towards Chapman Street. If he missed John, it's not because his body was hidden behind bushes and a fire hydrant and electrical boxes, because he was closer to the driveway than all of those things. They were past his body and could have been in the background of Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and likely Julie and Sarah's line of sight. If they missed him, he either was not there or no one, including the driver, was looking forward where the headlights would have been shining directly on John as the car was put into drive from reverse. The driver at least should have been looking straight ahead. He was driving without headlights on.
Yeah, I was stuck on that for a while. I still am. I insist that when he backed out of the driveway and then put his car into drive from reverse, his headlights literally would have been shining directly at John.
There was somebody did a video, and we played it last year, and I don't know, I have no idea where it is now. It's not something I ever saved or who did it, but I wonder if I'm sure we could find it, that they do that and they drive out and you can absolutely see this entire area lit up by the headlights.
Absolutely.
So, all right, well, Sleuthie's made it, y'all. She's made it onto the Google algorithm.
Famous.
Famous. All right, let's get back to him.
God.
Maybe.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
How does he know they were Lang's?
Visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No.
Doggy? Are you a child?
You asked whether you...
The doggy prints. Well, dog's not there when it's snowing. Not gonna be any fucking dog prints in the snow.
I feel like I'm talking to a baby.
Yeah, no doggy
Did you see
prints.
doggy prints?
Did you see any doggy prints on the Arlo camera?
What the fuck is wrong with him? He's like a child in a suit every day. Like what? Any doggy prints?
Yeah.
And he didn't even like I would have been like, I apologize. Like I was with my niece or nephew like over the weekend and I forgot how to talk like a grown up. Sorry. Were there any dog prints? So that is just as suspicious.
What about little critters? What about some puppers? Oh, puppies and no puppy prints.
Surely the dog would have had to go to the bathroom or potty.
Lacey's all, I too would have said doggy prints. Not in the middle of court, you wouldn't have.
I don't think I
It's
couldn't
search
see
warrant.
Hank liking animals. I feel like he's like
No.
No, not at all.
Lang footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything
about all
was
the
moved or
paramedics?
dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No,
Oh my
not at
God,
all.
fucking idiot.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes.
Oh my God.
You were asked questions about people in the home and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it.
He didn't even try to gather any information.
No.
Yes, please.
You never asked anybody.
So like you don't go in, you don't ask anybody, you don't collect any evidence, and then you say, we didn't do those things because we didn't have any evidence.
Right.
Like I think it's disingenuous to sit here and say, I have no evidence that he was inside the house when you literally didn't even try to see if he was. You never even asked.
And he's saying he saw no footprints, but what about all the first responders? And what about Jen, who has to walk up to the front door?
Yeah. And Carrie and Karen running around like a crazy person.
There has to be footprints.
And his. and other officers. I mean, I could see the footprints with my own eyes. How would he know that those are specifically Mike Lank's?
He wouldn't.
And also, why would Mike Lank? So so I'm wondering if there are footprints going across the yard, that the reason they're saying they're Mike Lank's is so that they're not anybody else's. And so my question would be, why would Mike Lank walk across the yard instead of using the road? First of all, that's rude. Number one, we were always told to take like the actual sidewalk, not to walk on people's grass. But not knowing if he was going to have to search more or what might else be in there, why would he walk straight through the yard of snow instead of taking the road and the driveway and the path? And also, how do we know he didn't step on taillight pieces and stuff? Like, nobody noticed any of the other stuff that was there.
Well, no, but he doesn't even notice the footprints. There's nothing there. No doggy prints, no footprints, no nothing. He notices nothing.
May I?
Yes.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
Yes,
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief
Oh, he almost said reasonable doubt.
that evidence of a crime can be found in a
Oh, shit.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
Oh, fuck
When you
off.
walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lank, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
You could have just asked.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes,
Did anybody?
What the hell was that?
Something to do with court.
Don't
I
laugh,
don't know.
Gallagher, you
anybody
fucker,
prevent
don't
you
laugh.
from coming in?
no, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No,
But I thought you only talked to Jen.
But when he goes back with Lank, he talks to more people.
Were you doing any favors for anybody that morning?
no, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes,
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
that is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
Wait a second. Didn't he say yesterday that the reason he used the leaf blowers because he's seen it used before? Now he just now said that he wasn't familiar with it being used, so he wanted it filmed.
I may have missed that when I was gone, so I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
That's why he's. Well, Angel Prissy's agreeing with you. He had testified that he'd seen it being used effectively. Yeah, he didn't look around. He only saw things with his eyes. That's right, Jello Spring. That's right. Police Academy 3.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about Alexis and the Sallyport.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sallyport?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You were asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sallyport.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any
No.
of the cups?
No.
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
No, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There is a box for identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to put that into evidence. I'll do it later then.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson, any objection to? Okay.
No objection, thank you.
All right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then when Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank you.
with it?
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes,
ask more questions,
absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything.
That's why we're here today? No, we're here today because you didn't do those things, you fucking moron. That's why we're here today. God, you fucking dipshit.
Or anyone
We
right
did-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That
correct?
is correct.
You
Yes,
follow where the evidence leads you, period. Amen.
absolutely.
You didn't seek, to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not. No,
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it earlier? Anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
that is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know what.
Oh,
Where?
At the
I mean,
34th.
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
well, that's the question, isn't it?
When John O'Keefe arrived.
Okay.
At 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
If you were standing in the house, Sergeant Lank, who you just told these jurors, knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
And hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness?
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed.
But you didn't know Higgins was there, so you never even talked to Higgins to know whether Higgins would put John in the house. Because nobody bothered to tell you that Higgins was in the house. So you talked to Jen McCabe. Again, it's all coming from Jen McCabe.
And that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar. And I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't,
3 separate officers, including myself, that had been in the house on 3 separate occasions. Lincoln Good went in. And then Link and Gallagher went in. Am I missing one? Did Link go back in between?
I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're the guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No,
You got a
Not-
guy outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bullshit.
The fact is you didn't seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form, and you can put the glass on right now, Mr. Vernon.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
Exhibit 58?
All right, Lieutenant, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
The
God,
next witness, Mr. Brennan.
douche
I'd like to
nozzle.
play clip 18, please.
Oh, Jesus. So fucking
Thank you.
dumb.
Your Honor, may we have a moment? Your Honor, may we approach? This little needs to see the court.
Do they just go to break? Is that what ends up happening here? Because they were at a sidebar. It looks like they go to break. All still banished to the corner.
Let's bring them in, please.
Who is it? Oh, they didn't play the clip. Clip 18 didn't get played.
He did play a clip.
He went to play it.
Oh, maybe he has to wait. Oh, no, he did. He played it.
What? No, he doesn't play it.
Correct.
The fact is you never. The fact. That's all I.
Searching that house?
The glass.
That's weird because I did see a clip.
Maybe he plays it
forget what
later.
Your Honor, may we have a moment?
Well, no,
Yeah,
because I came.
maybe he-
Oh,
So
so
maybe
maybe he
have-
plays it when they come back. I think they play it when they come back in
Your Honor, may we approach?
before the next witness. Right there. Oh, well,
Okay.
keep going forward.
Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay, here.
Okay.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Okay.
The comment,
That.
thank you.
Hey, Rodstar. The problem is the whole beginning is she's telling everybody that she left him at, they got in a fight and she left him at Waterfall. So, like, I just don't.
Well, the other problem is that Lally always described it as like a vase, tall vase glass
Yeah.
that she was drinking from, and this was like a short man's, like you see a man drinking from.
I think women drink from them too. Yeah. This is a man's glass. This is even a woman's glass. This is
Like
a
one of those man glasses where like it's real thick at the bottom and then they only put they only put like an inch of liquid in it. Yeah.
Yeah. The clip is supposed to say Karen knew that John was carrying the glass. That's what that was the point of that. But I mean, I don't know. Once again, because we have so much info, I have no idea what the jury's thinking. But the entire testimony of all of his first witnesses were that she didn't even remember going there. So,
did she say it was a full glass?
Yeah, which we know it wasn't because he took a drink of it at the bar. We watched him drink out of it.
And also, did they find any like alcohol on his clothes? Did he smell like alcohol?
Well, that's an interesting question. Now, all I remember is vomit.
Vomit in his boxers.
Yeah.
All right, the next one's boring. It's the weather guy.
Oh, was the ground hard? Yes. Was it snowing? Yes.
I
Good
was
job.
listening to him like go into his
That means we get Bob though.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth
Oh.
moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Oh, another one.
Wait. 17 was one that he was going to play the other day and didn't.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I'd been out late, I'd been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
Well, you definitely didn't run over his foot. We know that.
I want that entire fucking thing played for the jury. I really hope that the defense has their own clips now too.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? The defense puts up
and then
commercials.
17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
I would just say, like, here's all the things that she was thinking, like, could she have did this or that? But there's no evidence that any of that happened. So she could think it all she wants.
Yeah, well, how about like you clip like all the parts where she says, I didn't do it, it wasn't me, I'm innocent, or any of those things, just put them all together. Just
Well, they
start putting
wouldn't be
them.
able to do that because that's all self-serving hearsay. But she could get on the stand. I still don't think she should get on the stand. But
No, I don't ever think anybody should.
Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
yeah, but if he immediately became horizontal,
Yeah, he's supposedly just supine on the ground. How would he ever?
the vomit would have been like it would have been like not just on his boxers, like it would have been all over his shirt too.
Yeah.
Or his face or the ground, or you know what I mean?
Why wouldn't it have been on his face?
Tell me swear the evidence to give to the court and jury in case never hears the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I like your tie, sir. Stop with the papers. You people.
All right.
Just flicking papers.
Oh, we get lolly.
Oh God.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for?
Is he fucking scared to be there? Like, did somebody terrify this man? What is going on with him? Why does he look so afraid? Look at how scared he is. He's like, oh shit. I introduced myself to the jury. Okay, I'll do it right now. Right now, sir.
For the court.
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist.
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I think we could
I
speed this up.
worked at the U.S. Geological
I was going to ask that. Like, you guys okay with bumping it up a little bit? I'll go to 1.5, and then if it's too fast, we'll slow it down.
Okay.
I mean, this is Lolly's like star witness. He should have just brought this guy in before, because then he wouldn't have had to ask every witness if it was snow.
Yeah, really.
He's like, meteorite. He's like, damn it, I should have thought of this the first trial. Was it snowing that day, sir? It was snowing. All right. No more questions.
But he didn't want the exact amount of snow because that's not good for them.
No, just whether it was snowing or not. That's all we need.
So now this guy's going to say, yeah, it really didn't snow that much. There wasn't a whole lot of snow, but the ground was hard as a rock.
The ground's fucking hard because it's January.
Yeah.
While I was finishing my education, I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area. Working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice and consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
This guy remembers the first time it ever snowed, and I was legit just thinking this guy's probably going to go into like how snow becomes snow.
You know Lally's going to ask that. You know he's going to ask it.
I was just thinking that we're going to get into like the history of snow, when the first snow ever fell.
100%. What is snow? Yeah. Yep, that's coming.
There.
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you worked as a meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as
It studies falling water things?
Here we go.
Studies falling water things.
Is snow a falling water thing?
I can guarantee you that somebody should bring a red Solo cup for all that liquid.
He's going to be like, what's
falling water things?
Well, he's going to say, in terms of like, water falling things, what are the difference between snowy water falling things and rainy wall? What, if anything, is the difference between snow and rain?
What, if anything, is the difference between the falling water things? Oh, shit.
Are there different shapes of snowflakes?
How
many different shapes?
What if many shapes could you find in a snowflake? Oh, God. Can't breathe.
a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
I also lick my finger and
satellites
stick
and
it
the
in the
radar.
air
Where does that
to
other
tell
data
where the
come
wind is blowing.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What?
Said I also lick my finger and stick it in the air to tell which direction the wind is blowing.
You'll capture some falling water things if you do that.
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these either automated or amateur weather observers take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded. My partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice, especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety, it's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was from very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow. Visibility a quarter
You're
mile.
here to tell me that a blizzard doesn't require snow?
But here's why would this jury is from here? They live here. Why do they need? They don't. None of this is important to them.
Apparently, it was like the biggest snowstorm or whatever ever. So I'm pretty sure these people remember it.
It was the biggest ever?
Supposedly, yeah.
Why is this guy on the stand?
But I feel like he just said that a blizzard doesn't require snow, that it could just be something about visibility.
Oh, we do get Bob. And they actually keep him on the stand for a while.
Bob who?
Alessi.
Oh.
Oh, Garino's back.
God. I'm going to try to be quiet so we can get through this, man, because all I want to know is how much snow was on the ground at 6 o'clock when they showed up. Was it enough to cover a full grown man's body? How many inches do you think that would take? I don't know. 12, maybe 10.
Well, the one paramedic, was it the paramedic? Or I think it was the paramedic or one of the cops previously had said that it went up about 4 to 6 inches on the side of John's body.
Yeah, but according to Carrie and Jen, he was completely covered in snow and they couldn't see him at all until they started moving the snow away. So,
well, there should have been 4 to 6 inches on top of John. You know what I mean?
yeah. So this guy better tell us at least 4 to 6 inches had fallen.
All right. If there's something important, I'll absolutely stop it. I just don't know what else. I don't know what this guy. I mean, the ground's hard and it was snowing.
Less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely. For Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame? This
was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that day.
Okay, so this is all after John's dead, though. That's when the storm really comes in after he's dead.
Yeah, late morning. Well, after he's found.
Well, yeah, but the bigger question then is, why are Carrie and Jen out running around dropping off kids for play dates
after 27 inches?
Yeah, because I mean, them being out the night before, even though, I mean, they're probably fully prepared according to them, you know what I mean, for a big storm to be coming in so they can go out drinking the night before, but it was barely snowing then. So when all this is supposedly transpiring, there's hardly anything happening. But by the time that these quote unquote witnesses are just out driving around all willy-nilly, going back and checking the scene of the accident, there's massive amounts of snow.
And they're leaving kids elsewhere.
Right. Instead of home. So this big snowstorm that's now the biggest in history, why are they at home?
And staying home.
And staying home.
Data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is the first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
This is totally relevant.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation.
What's
which is
very
easy. Think
frequent?
of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation.
You know what would have did a better job?
To Norwood Airport,
You know what would have done a better job collecting every drop of rain?
Red Solo Cup.
Yes. I'm so glad you knew.
Because they hold liquid terrifically.
And you literally stuttered it out like it was painful.
This is a Solo Cup would do it. It would really do a good job.
Oh my God. Somebody should tell him.
Where's Gallagher when you need him?
very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there, and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But
Are we
not
still
on
on 1.5 speed?
the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here for
Sure.
a moment? Mr. Gilman handed you a series of 6-page documents. You recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yeah,
Yes,
get
I
the
do.
fuck out of the way, Lally. She
This
never
is
tells
a
her anything down the way.
meteorological data sheet for January 2022.
Brennan could stay up there with Jen McCabe and just like have a full-on conversation. It didn't matter. It didn't matter at all. We need to be able to see the weatherman, though. Lolly, get the fuck out of the way. He's important.
For each day, and I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least as part of that data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study.
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce the next exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
I feel like I already looked up this chart.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm really fucking bored by this guy.
I just want to know what I want to know. I said.
Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation. During the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the
Move on.
28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little, enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Now, with reference to the 29th.
I'm sorry. Did he just say
Enough to track a cat? Yep. Mm-hmm. So on the 28th, when John is said to have been hit, there was only enough snow on the ground that was enough to track a cat. 0.2 of an inch. 0.2 of an inch.
I meant to say it was a kitty. You track a kitty.
No, he's a grown up.
Ow.
So
To trap a cat, Jessica?
trap.
Yeah, there's just enough to trap a cat. Yeah, once it's in the snow, it's not fucking moving. It's trapped. Stay in there.
Were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock, and it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall.
Until 1 p.m. or a.m.?
4 a.m., we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
That's what I want to know.
I believe that was, do my arithmetic,
To what time? 5 a.m.?
3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
Oh, 6 a.m.
I'm
What?
sorry, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Rewind?
Then we started by 5 accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m. we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
Okay.
3.9 inches. That goes to what most of the paramedics said was 4 inches. 4
But
to
he
6 inches.
He just said
3.9
time that
inches by 6 a.m.
from the time that it started till 6 a.m. That doesn't mean that's how much was on the ground. It just means that's how much had fallen.
I think he said accumulated, no?
No, not 9 inches. 3.9. But he said from the start of the,
I'll go back.
yeah, from the start of the storm on the 28th.
An hour range, and anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that
Accumulation.
by 3 and 4 a.m. we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment,
They
Mr.
said
Gilman.
accumulation.
So from the time period from were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock, and it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m. we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall. And again, that's an inch an hour more. So that by 7 o'clock was another inch and a half. By 8 o'clock, another inch 0.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns and X-ray radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of an inch and a half an hour of intensity. And that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground. And it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall of 1/2 inch to 0.2 of an inch. And the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate inch and a half per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point, around 6 p.m. or so?
around 6 p.m.
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8. Do that arithmetic. 23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22 and a half inches, just short of 22. Excuse me, just short of 22 and a half inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
So just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual
But
aids
that
to
doesn't
assist
matter.
with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's why I said, like, all of this is well after anything to do with John. So I just don't. Is this for them just to cover their ass on why Gallagher had to use a leaf blower because he was so afraid of the incoming snow that it was going to cover up things? Like, is that what this whole thing is for? Because once again, this has nothing to do with the case against Karen Reed.
Yeah, it could be that. It could also be that Lolly just wants them to think there was more snow on the ground.
It was just confusing them about the time.
Yeah.
Because
But
like I
he
said,
was
this makes it more sus that there's people out driving around, dropping off their kids at other people's houses.
So basically, when Gallagher was out there, he did not find the taillight pieces or the shoe or anything else, right?
Mhm.
6 p.m. when they did go out there with CERT or whatever,
Yeah.
there was then 22 and a half inches on the ground. So they found all of those fucking pieces of taillight. Well, I guess they didn't find them all that day. But you mean to
Right.
tell me that
Well,
you
they
found
the
90?
pieces of yeah, you found more tail light at when it had 23 inches of snow on the ground versus when it had 3.9 or whatever. Yeah,
Okay. Whatever. I hope he's almost done.
he's not.
How much is there to say?
Mr. Gentleman, showing you 3 documents. That's to look those up and finish.
We've got an hour left of him.
Oh my God.
Yes, I've seen these. Yeah.
And what do you recognize each of those 3?
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall.
We know they
winter
were
storm.
born.
And we began sending this type of report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner, Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course, that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight since this was issued at 8 p.m. We talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Well, our company sent out. My partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about. The data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center.
The worst part about this is I can literally picture this conversation in my head.
Yep.
Lolly, I want to examine the waterfall band. Hank, no. Lolly, then I need half a day to prove it snowed. Hank, no. Lolly, you will let me have this or I will keep asking about the band. I can imagine that conversation transpiring.
Like, not Lally just cutting this guy off like Lally's not the windiest windbag there ever was.
Right. I really don't think Lolly even wants to be here anymore.
What is this? I see clouds and like, what? I don't understand what this is. Literally the only thing pertinent to what happened to John is about how much snow was on the ground, let's say from 12:30 or at 12:30 and then at 6. Well, at 6, it was 3.9 inches. So at 12:30, it was probably, have here enough to track a cat.
Yeah. trapping cats at
So how
12:30.
did John have all that snow under his body?
So trapping Johns at 6 a.m.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, I feel bad for this guy because, like, my problem is not with him, it's with Lally.
Oh, absolutely. I really
Like-
just want them to put these photos up on the green screen and let him get up there and use the hand motions that like weathermen get to use, like the nor'easter's coming in this way.
Yeah.
Yes.
They do.
Just let him do it. Just let him do his thing.
If you look in this area,
This is where the most
This
snowfall
one.
was accumulated at 6 a.m.
yeah,
And then
the
put
wall's
like
much further than I thought it was. I thought it was like right behind me.
then put the graph on there so he can like show you how much it's gonna snow, how much they're predicting in the snow. Like let him do his job, people.
Yeah, he's prepared for that. He could go stand by the screen and do it that way.
Yeah. Be much more entertaining.
It's about falling watery things that can trap a cat.
Trapping cats.
Of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Yes.
Almost introducing him as the next three exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
Like Lally's witnesses really are boring because of Lally. I agree.
Honestly though, I like Lolly more than I like Brennan. Lolly's just like, oh, I can't stand. I cannot stand Hank Brennan. I think he's just a disgusting piece of shit. Lolly, I just feel like is there to suffer through his day, get his paycheck, and he goes home. And it's like, I don't even know if he's married or not. I have no idea, but I can just imagine like he just goes home and his wife and kids like get ignored because he's just like, I hate my fucking life. I hate my fucking job. I hate my fucking people that are in my life. I hate everything. I'm just gonna go sit out back and smoke a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
I'm
just
surprised Lolly's still around.
I bet Lally brings the same lunch every day
Yes.
in a lunchbox with a thermos and
Yes.
eats the same thing. He goes through probably a carton of cigarettes daily.
Yes. He absolutely has vanilla sex.
Doesn't say much.
100.
Oh, 100%.
100. Yeah, I just feel like Lolly's just like, I just need a paycheck to pay for this fucking mortgage and to send these kids to private school.
But Hank is maniacal. And
Yeah.
evil
Yes.
and calculated.
Yes.
So they both bore me, but well, I should say Lally bores me, and then I get angry because I'm bored. But
Yes.
Hank just makes me furious.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I can say yes. I feel like I'm having vanilla sex right now. Yes.
Ham sandwich,
Yes.
animal
Ham
crackers,
sandwich.
Thank you.
Every day.
and chocolate milk. Yep. And a piece of string cheese.
He does sound good.
What is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
One we're guessing.
As defined, a forecast is your best
Yes.
estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is. And there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done.
Oh, I disagree.
It is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
And if you
Wait.
could, directing the jury's attention.
Oh, this is very misleading. So I thought it was reading until I could see where it said 1 inch of snowfall by 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. So that would be when John was out there, 1 inch. But I thought it was saying, like, if you look at this real quick, it looks like Saturday between 1 and 3 a.m. There's 18 to 24 plus inches. I'm just looking at this. So 1 to 3 a.m. there was only an inch. Or I should say it accumulated an inch during those 3 hours or
Right.
2 hours.
And
Okay.
then it seems to start going to about an inch an hour.
Okay, but then he should have had a lot of snow. Well, no. The most snow he could have had on him at 6 a.m. would be 2.9 inches. If an inch fell between 1 and 3. Oh, no, I guess he would have already technically been out there. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. He was not out there this whole time, but that's okay.
No, because there, if he's on the ground, there's no snow. There'd be a body print in the snow. We'd see a photo of a body, you know exactly where John was because he's literally, there's an imprint of him on the ground. You'd see an entire body shape of grass through the snow. We do not have that. So it's physically impossible for him to have been there.
Yeah, but then they're going to say either the wind blew the snow to cover the spot he was, or new snow
not
fell.
enough. It's still, but if there's new snow coming down, there it would still be at an uneven pace. You'd still have the outline of him, and even if the snow blows, it's not going to blow and then just happen to like even all out by the time that they should be taking these photos and doing these videos at 7:30 and 7:15, 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
You'd have to see an outline of a body in the snow. It's somehow.
I agree. I also don't know why they can keep saying that they know that he was hit by Karen because there was grass under him when we all have eyeballs and we can clearly see that that's not true.
Well, remember they tried to show us that one
berm?
Yes, and it was the fucking berm.
Yep.
They kept trying to tell us it was the place where he was found. And finally, we were like, no.
Yep.
That's the berm.
Yep. They tried to make you think literally that like they literally had it so it was like you would think it was like John's arm, like one arm up or two arms up. Like they really did try to make it seem like that was, and then they put that on the front of the case file. You remember that?
Yep. Moved it to the very top photo.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, we don't know how the system puts the pictures in. Yeah, bullshit. It's trying to falsify all of it. There's no body in the snow.
No.
Or no body on the ground in between the snows. The liquid that fell from the sky.
In fact, it really does look like it was packed down. Like maybe he had been laying there for a little bit, but like on top of the snow.
Yes.
From left to right, as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular aid.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature is concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for, what we're looking at, and specifically, if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers, you might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way. And then that's cleaned off every 3 hours. And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport,
Knew we were going to get the
you
history.
don't have an observer right there. There was back in before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport. And this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in 2 ways, either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than 1/4 of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in the storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility. Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just the reduction of how far you can see based on some weather elements, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in 1/8 of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or 1/2 a mile. Or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11 mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this one?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now. Measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface. So it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients. You can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across?
Let
me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start on the 26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just a day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th. All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what we would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect. And this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January, here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th, a little moderation in the temperature on the 28th. But for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Leslie?
Thank God I have no idea what he said the last 5 minutes. Something about sun, something about charts, something about something.
Yes.
So bad. He's like, I got somewhere to be. Let's go. Let's wrap this up.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation, and with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence, declaration of measures.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
Let's see if I need to slow it down for.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I had
afternoon,
some-
almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is
I'm sorry,
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir?
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony.
Is it too fast with on cross? Because I know Alessi talks much faster than Lally. Is it too fast? If it is, I'll slow it down. Just let me know. And yes, it's at 1.5, so I can even go down to 1.2. It's good for you, Ems. Okay, let me see what everybody else says. Not too fast for Sleuthie. Okay. Not for social. Okay, we're good then.
Correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes, relevance, yes.
Yes, so what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor, we have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If you could publish. Oh, excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can enlarge, just, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That's very good. Thank you. You see where we are. And Mr. Gilman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think this will be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight, there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase "track a cat."
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. So enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's the smallest amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation of the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Right,
Unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't
No.
seem to work very well if you've only
No.
got drifting. With
I thought you were
0.2.
asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through. Okay. I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches. Correct.
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so-
Or equal to it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right. So you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
Yes.
So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right.
Yes.
Another way to say it. So in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45, is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right, and is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right, so from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right. And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, sir, so I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch on a measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase,
Yeah, it's very
track a
little.
cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
Would be out of the track of
All
cat
right,
stage.
got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now, 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 2/10 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th. So we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m. So somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 2/10 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m. And then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
He said
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 0.3 of an inch up to 2 and another 0.4 of an inch to a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic. It sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon. So it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
He wants to know how much.
The quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight.
Previous to midnight. Yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly. Yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m., at 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches, and then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
So 12.9 minus 3.9.
Sir, tell me when you're
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time and visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time. How would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor. We were asked about 1 a.m. Is that?
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay. Visibility reported at 1 a.m.
Same.
was 1.2 miles in light
It's
snow.
Gorito, which we don't want
And
him
what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. It means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if it were the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, you can your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
So would it be fair to say visibility would be good for 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. A term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles is good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is.
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, a weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question is not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right, I'll try it a different way. Visibility is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept
That was so
of
hard to get to.
temperature.
Yeah, like just say,
You mentioned
God.
just say if I'm driving and visibility is 1.25 miles, am I going to be able to see clearly something that is 30 feet in front of me?
Right. And then he'd be like, well, I don't know. Does the person have their glasses? Can they?
I mean,
are they
I can't see across my kitchen. So like, without my glasses on. So this means nothing to me. But like, if someone can see 1.25 miles, then I would think it's a reasonable assumption that they could see 30 feet.
Right. And I agree, Fluffy. He's obviously very knowledgeable about his area of expertise, but his area of expertise is really fucking boring.
He takes issue with saying that 1.25 miles of visibility is good. That's really the only thing that just happened just there.
I don't even think anybody paid attention to what happened just there.
Unless he's thinking more like, I'm driving, I can't see 1.25 miles ahead of me anyway, just because there's shit in the way. I don't need to be looking that far ahead. I mean, 1 mile is far. And this guy's thinking it more flying a plane, basically.
Mm-hmm.
the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature, and if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force
in
in
the
the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those three locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yeah.
Yep. And what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts.
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15
Okay.
were the numbers you had given?
that range for that day? Sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29?
No.
Would
I
it be-
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at
Just
all.
using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29th, and you stated it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair enough.
calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right. And if we could please have the chart published back up, please.
So basically, if
Keep it
John
outside.
had been
Just
out
make
there that
sure
whole
you do that
time,
one.
he would have
Go ahead.
been way colder than
Absolutely.
80 degrees.
Okay, so is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
So even when they found him at 6 a.m., he was buried in snow. The snow was so bad, we couldn't see anything. That is not true.
Right. And I think it was cool what that said earlier too. Like the storm was so bad they had to keep their heads down when they were leaving. You know, they put their hoods up and put their heads down so they couldn't. Yeah. That's why they didn't see him it wasn't that bad at 1:45, 1:30, 1:45 in the morning. So
exactly.
That's what you were doing when you were out driving around looking for information.
And this allows them to ask, like I would be using all of this data to ask Higgins about his whole shit about plowing the driveway as it didn't make any sense to say it was plowing the driveway as a joke. How is it a joke? Like, I'd be grateful if you plow my drive. Like, how, in what world is that a joke? Unless you plowed it like in the shape of a dick or something. But there wasn't even enough snow to do that.
I'd be happy if you plowed it in the shape of a dick.
Well, yeah. But then I would have to still shovel. You know what I mean? So being like, oh, I plowed it as a joke. It's like, what? Don't make sense.
No, the whole Higgins situation does not make sense.
I mean, I hate snow, so I don't ever want to see it again.
You just learned so much about it.
I don't need to see it ever again.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Lally? Okay.
Did she say no, sir? Did he say no, sir, to her? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Come on, Lally. Damn it. What do you got to clarify?
Mr. Gilman, January 28th and January 29th, was it snowing? Was there snow?
He's going to ask something about the visibility.
Who does?
We wrapped up snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
Oh my God.
During that time frame, about 3/10 of an inch.
And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
Mhm.
During that hour or two previous. Yeah, there was really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, a graph, the map. It just showed a trace of zero. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or 0.
And so that would be during what you characterize as the track a cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track a cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Lally, that doesn't help.
yeah, it applies to visibility. When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say that.
Arca
Lighting,
can.
obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
Dr. Wolf can.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measured?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I've got the Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Lessie? All right, Mr. Gilman, you are all set, so thank you.
You're welcome.
So did he say like that the ground was hard as a rock, or did I miss it? I do think I heard him say it was frozen.
I just heard Lolly say something about the ground being hard. I don't think I just don't feel like that has the impact that they think it's going to have on a jury. I don't know.
I think Lally's a dummy. I think that all this is going to say to me is that, like we were saying earlier about there being a shape of a body, like of grass, like grass in the shape of a body, that should have been here. Because it wasn't falling fast enough
to cover that much ground.
Well, then again, they're saying, well, no, because he was doing that at 7 a.m. So from 7 a.m. through noon, it did snow a lot, 12.5 inches. However, they were doing the leaf blower and stuff.
6:15 to 7:15. So how much snow was from 6:15 to 7:15 from the time they removed John's body from the ground, the hard ground, but it was on the grass because there was barely any snow, to 7:15 when they're recording the video of the leaf blower where they're finding all of the glass. That's how much you should there. That's all the snow that would really matter to prove the point.
I don't know. 6 a.m. there was 3.9 inches on the ground.
Okay, so that's 3.9 inches on the side of John, because John's on the ground, so it's not on top of, or it's not underneath John, it's on the side of John. So now there's a hole in the ground where John was, that's approximately 4 inches of snow high. Now, how much snow falls between?
Not 4 inches, dude.
Well, even if it is 4 inches, then you've still got 8 inches that's outside of John's body, and only 4 inches inside of where John's body would have been.
Right, but
now, even if you take some of the wind factor into it.
Yeah.
Now, how much wind is it going to take to move all of that snow to make it where it evens out, where they would not be able to see any of the footprints of the EMTs because they're walking in the snow? You would not be able to see anywhere that John was.
Right.
But then how does he find the glass?
Well, with the leaf blower, which also blew around the snow, so.
But that would have to be 8 inches underneath if we're going that it was four more inches, right? You see what I'm saying?
Oh no, this is just stupid. This is just so stupid. It's just stupid. We have eyes.
It doesn't work. And even with the meteorologist testimony, it doesn't work. There's not enough wind. The storm isn't strong enough yet from 6:15 to 7:15 in the morning to cover 4 inches of space from ground to.
He was not covered. So if anything, Carrie and Jen saying that they
Exactly.
couldn't see him at all is bullshit.
Right. Right. It was not covered at all. That's it. Yes. Who does that's essentially even if the wind is strong enough that the fresh snow would obscure the body location, then you're talking that you won't be able to find anything there, and that the wind is so strong, your leaf blower is going to be a non-existent tool that would not do anything for you, which we see the video, and that's not the case. So it's not going to even it out in that the 6:15 to 7:15 time frame. And we can see the first responders' footprints still. We see them in the snow. So the fact that at the same time that John's body would be being moved, that if the wind is going to blow the snow to cover that entire location where John's body was, it's also going to cover all those footprints in the snow. You're not going to see those. So I don't know. It won't work.
Do you have any the mark exhibits?
Now we're back to
I have relinquished
Marino.
this nice young lady.
Who's gonna tell us some more voicemail or phone calls and text messages, either one, between John and Karen, because that's like his job in this trial. Because he sucked so bad at the last job.
Next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth recalls Nick Garino. Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
Thank you.
So I'm sure the evidence given to the court and jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon. Again, if we need to stand in.
I'm sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is.
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via cell phone.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
Oh, dude, I'm still going really fast. Hold on, let me fix that. I like Tammy's like, if Sally has 13 red Solo cups and a blizzard comes in at 1.24 inches per hour, how much liquid can a red Solo cup still hold terrifically?
Apologies, Your Honor. Could you please again introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
I'm Trooper Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 65.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And in your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One moment. Thank you. With the court's permission, could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
I think this is number 3.
With the, all the information.
Maybe number 4, but I think it's number 3. Does anybody here? Indiana Girl takes a lot of notes. Sleuthie takes a lot of notes. I have not been taking any notes this trial. It's been pleasant. I think this is number 3, though. And they say this is the final one. It could be number 4. I may be missing one, but I think it's 3.
Information on it?
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
Are we going to put these on the screen or?
Yes.
Somebody step on a dog's tail?
Do you see who that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, it's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does
Oh.
it say?
Can you send me Kerry's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you.
You're a fuck up.
Did you do a further extraction report from
You're
John
like-
O'Keefe's phone?
We already took the hard shit away from you. Can you at least do this fucking part right?
Yeah, you had
Fuck.
one job. Just tell us who sent
Yeah.
this to who, and you fucked that up.
Yeah. Jesus. One fucking job, Garino. One fucking job.
This is why you got to watch these people.
Messages between
Yeah.
him and a person named Kaylee.
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Who? John and Kaylee?
Kaylee. I think it's Kaylee.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes, sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022
For
to
fuck's sake.
January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into.
It's high on painkillers.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, Trooper Guarino, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Guarino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, those voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
Yes. Show Mr. Leslie.
Sorry.
Gimpy Garino.
Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
I'm assuming the CD with
Voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
All right, move this binder as the next exhibit. It would include both the PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes. Do you need the thumb drives?
I don't.
Okay.
doesn't look like very many.
It's 68.
I think they only what they have like 4.
Thank you.
It wasn't very many. I don't remember.
There was a lot of calls, text messages, and voicemails. I think there's like 7 voicemails.
Oh,
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Greeno take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hurry it up.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
So this is the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone
Are
call
you
is
back in normal?
12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Greeno, let me stop you there for a second.
Mhm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HATSFAM 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the no network that's listed under it. There's 2, HATSFAM 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did
Two
you
names.
learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
Long pause.
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
That's her walking across the floor of the garage.
Mhm.
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th, "I'm going home." The defendant texts John O'Keefe, sorry, "See you later" at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. and 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second call.
Pause for a sec.
Sound.
You just want to write down the times?
I was finishing writing what her thing said.
Oh, okay.
So, and 12. Wait a minute.
That's weird that she calls him a pervert. I've always thought that was weird.
1. My alarm's going off. And then 1. Okay. Thank you.
You got it.
Ms. Gilman.
That was it.
What did I miss?
I don't think you missed anything. Hold
On. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called. No sound.
No sound on voicemail number 4.
Oh.
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, "Your kids are cucking alone," at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." 1:04
Okay, so
a.m. on the 29th.
So in 2 minutes, I'm back in Mansfield. How far is Mansfield?
I thought it was like 20 minutes or so. It was a
Yeah,
lot. It was, yeah.
I think she was just trying to get him to think that they are home alone.
Right. Well, one kid's not home.
Right.
And she keeps saying your kids are here alone. Like, she doesn't know one kid's not there.
Yeah. I just think she was trying to get him to answer.
Yeah.
Because if anything, even if he was mad at her right here or whatever, like you would expect either him to come home or be like, "Are you fucking crazy? You left them by themselves." You know what I mean? Like some type of answer, even a phone call.
Right. And I think this is when she figures it out, you know, a few hours later, she's like, he never responded to me about the fact that the kids were going to be home by themselves.
Yeah.
Like something's wrong because he would not do that.
Right.
At 1:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
All right, hold on.
I don't. Nobody's ever actually figured out why she called him a pervert.
I wonder if she says anything in an interview. Play it one more time. Says it's 1 a.m. I'm with your
niece and nephew, which she's not.
Your niece
Five is
and
left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered.
All right, hold on. Go back. Because I'm pretty sure I have all these, but I just want to make sure his are all the same as what mine were.
Yeah, that they're the same from the first round. But did she think he was out getting laid?
I do. I think so.
But okay, it still doesn't make sense to me. Like how? Okay, but if your man's cheating on you, do you call him a pervert? Like that's not like pervert is like you're a pervert. Yeah, pervert just doesn't even work in that context for me. I just don't get it. And I mean, you got to think the first time she tells him that, you have your notes right in front of you, so I don't have to rewind. Is at like 12:38 or whatever. 12. What time was the first voicemail where she first called him a pervert?
That wasn't that one. That was 12:37. She just says, "John, I fucking hate you." And then the first
You're a pervert.
No, the first pervert thing was at 12:59. She says, "John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows where the fuck you are, you fucking pervert."
Okay, so 12:59, and she's calling him a pervert.
Yeah, it's like a half hour or so after she left.
Yeah,
she was drunk. We also don't know what was said between her and him, what he could have said to her on his way out of the car. You know what I mean? We don't know what all was happening with them.
I've heard that rumor, Ems, that the McAlberts were all swingers, and that's what they wanted them to come back there to do, was to have a little fun one night. But I mean, I don't really know how well that's going to go over when Brian Jr. and his friends are there partying and drinking. So I mean, I would not be surprised if they were. I would not, but I just don't know if it makes sense in context of that night. I just don't know. Pervert's just such a weird word to use for, even if you think he's cheating.
I knew a girl from Boston a long time ago, and she was in Florida, and she called everybody a pervert. It was like a pervert and a cunt. Like those were like the two, like the man version of cunt, I guess.
Did she think he was interested in one of the young girls at the party?
Maybe.
That was kind of something else that we talked about last trial. Was, did it have something to do with Caitlin?
Oh, see, Laura said, calling someone a pervert is a New England thing. I used to live there.
Oh, so it's just like,
yeah, the girls that I knew did say it like all the time.
That's fucking weird to me.
Because
I'm not from New England, so
yeah, and you're thinking of a pervert as in
like a perv,
an actual pervert. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I think it's like calling him a cunt.
I guess that's helpful. Maybe that's like, yeah, he's like an asshole.
Yeah. All right, I have all these.
And Brian Albert mentioned he was having sex with his wife during butt dials. Weird sex was tied in after the pervert comment. Yeah, that's true. There was. Oh, maybe he wanted to watch other people have sex.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it is just a New England thing, and that's just what she says. Pervert's just the word.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to go. Just because that's what I know people had said before.
Yeah.
9 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
Do it again. She said, John, I'm going home. I what?
I'll do it one more time. Hold on.
Tell me each sentence.
Doesn't want to work. Hold on.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home.
I cannot be the something you need.
Be the. I cannot. I don't know.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are.
Cannot be the kit you need.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. What do you guys think she's saying there?
And then she says, I need to go home.
Why do I not remember trying to figure this out before?
I don't know, because we were probably told what it says, whatever they said that it says. I cannot be the.
So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking.
I cannot babysit your needs. I cannot babysit your niece. I cannot babysit your niece.
Is that what it is?
That's what it sounds like to me. I'm going with I cannot babysit your niece. We'll do it again.
Using me right now. You're fucking.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
Yeah, I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home.
You are fucking using me right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then what? You're fucking another girl.
I'll do it one more time.
So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
Fuck yourself.
At 1:18 a.m., the defendant calls John.
What?
Like when she says, Kaylee's sleeping next to me, that's not even true.
No. She's downstairs on the couch.
So how did she know Patrick wasn't there at that point?
She must have checked on them.
Oh. Yeah, but then wouldn't she be like, holy fucking shit, where's Patrick? Unless she knew, I guess.
Maybe she remembered, like, oh, fuck, Patrick's not here.
Could be.
Oh, you hear I cannot believe.
Yeah, it doesn't really quite sound like I cannot babysit your niece. It could be I cannot believe. I cannot believe blank. I need to go home. Maybe you're doing this?
No, because it's like, it's need. It's almost like a need, almost.
Cannot believe. We'll have to go back to that. I'm going to star it because I don't understand. I can hear everything else, but I don't know what that is.
I'm pretty confident in my analysis. So I would testify in court that that's what I said.
Oh my God.
Oh, Christina says, I can't believe you did this to me.
That could be too.
Kaylee is his niece. I can't believe you did this to me.
I need to go home.
Okay, well, we'll just do it now then. We'll just do it now. We'll go back.
Not answered. The defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms.
Closed
Gilman?
captioning says it is.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser.
Yeah. I hear I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home.
Even the closed captions doesn't know.
No, it can't understand it either. It's all confused.
White milk.
White milk. Fuck yourself. I hear that one.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John,
I'm wearing
not
headphones
answered.
too.
4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Kilman?
John, where the fuck are you?
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls
Wait.
John, not answered.
5:24. Oh. Go back. I just need the last one.
It doesn't want to go back.
5:28:18 a.m., the defendant calls.
Don't forget our letters. I put them in the private chat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. I just exited out of my thing. 5:25:28.
I think she had to have slept. If she didn't fall asleep, she would have been calling him every 5 seconds.
Oh, 100%. I think she passed out for that like 3 hours.
Yeah. And then she woke up like, oh, shit. I'm
Yeah.
supposed to be calling him and yelling at him.
All right. You're good.
John, not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Okay. So this one is the one where you can hear Jen calling 911.
Right.
I'm surprised they're going to play it. Maybe we'll hear it this time.
Yes, I need someone to see 34 beautiful Vietnam with a anti-terrorist now. Yeah. Okay, I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see the blanket, Terry. Yes, I need
We have the lights on, please.
The guy in the fucking courtroom had to cough right in the middle of it.
I have no further questions.
All right, so if this
Mr.
is the
Alessi,
last,
does this seem like
Mike, if this is the last time they're calling him, I think they have to cross him now.
a good time to take the lunch and recess?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute lunch and recess.
Court, all right. To introduce clip 1 and play it for the jury.
What? Okay then.
Welcome to for enter your. You have joined. The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions for the witness.
All right, you are all set.
What?
You know.
Thank you.
What? They let him go to lunch and come back and take the stand, and then said, "We have no questions for you." That's so fucking cold. The guy could have gone home. Oh shit. That's so fucked up. Damn. What does that sound?
Do you have another witness?
I do.
Okay.
I have some other matters I'd like to introduce before
Sure.
that. I may.
I kind of wish they would have got up and been like, "How was the walk in, sir?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your lunch? How was the walk back in?"
Eddie's over there just
I'd like to
smiling.
introduce clip 1 and play it for the jury.
You're so boring, Hank. God.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tap him in the knee in drunkenness and in the cold, didn't come to again.
In this particular moment, you was dropping them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Everything she just said, and that wasn't me if you muted me. It was somebody scooting their
Your Honor,
chain.
I was trying to figure out what
for
the
record
noise was
certificates,
from.
I'd like to mark application.
Basically all she said she could have. Could she have hit him? She's saying, could I have? And when she says he didn't look mortally wounded, I took that to mean when she found him in the morning, he didn't look mangled like he got hit by a car. But she's
Right.
like, could I though have clipped him? Like, I don't know. I don't think that's, to me, that's not really anything. I don't know what he thinks that means.
Well, the other one, she's like, did I run his foot over? Like, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
There was a series of them, Your Honor.
Series of what?
Sure.
What is this?
Your Honor, I have keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification.
Oh.
May I approach?
Yes.
Keeper of record certificates.
Thank you.
His next witness isn't ready.
There was a series of them, Your Honor. Sure.
Do you still hear a sound? Are you muting me or am I muting me? Forget it.
You're muting you. I'm not touching you.
Oh.
And these are all for identification.
Oh my God. Are you serious? Like you're sending all that shit back with the jury? Are you for real right now? Look at that shit. Even that lady's like, are you serious? You want all
That's
this?
just an identification one. So I don't know what part is he's going to put the whole thing in, but he's not going to be. And then the rest of these are record receipts.
Thank you.
Stacy's coming in later saying, she says, I cannot be the fit you need.
Really?
I don't hear it that way at all. So this is the weird thing. We'd have no idea what she actually says.
I mean, I do have to say that I appreciate Guarino not sitting there telling us what she's saying. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Or putting captions on the screen in his thingy.
The text messages that I read with Mrs. McKay are testimony. I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Charles Ray.
Who?
Charles Ray. He's the one that went to the house that morning, I believe.
Oh, the cop that thought the kids were at home?
Yeah.
Okay. How far away is fucking Charles Ray?
Probably not even here.
She just makes the weirdest
We
fucking
could
faces.
call a different witness.
Oh my God, he's not here? You got to be fucking kidding me.
They can't find him.
Dude, Hank is literally the worst.
Look at her face. Okay. Who you
Captain
got?
O'Hara, please.
O'Hara. Like, how many times are you gonna? You mean like
That's
if
twice.
the,
His witnesses weren't ready.
if the defense one time was like the witness we were gonna call is not here, she would fucking make everybody go home for the day, and then she'd bitch about how we're not organized and apologize to the jury on the defense's behalf. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And this is not the first. It happened.
This is the second time with because it was with Katie, but then the other day they had to leave early because he didn't have any witnesses ready to go.
Right.
So
Yes.
technically the third time that he's not had
Yes.
any witnesses.
Yes.
I kind of feel like the defense set this one up though. Let's be fair.
Well, now we get to hear about the search, which is actually good. Actually, maybe they did do that on purpose because now all in the same day, the jury's going to get to hear about the search after hearing about the snow.
Yeah, maybe.
So this
I'll
is Kevin and
Counselor
Claire.
Piper, please.
Oh, Jesus, criminy. You better be fucking yelling at them.
He better be here. There's Hank standing up there testifying, per usual.
Well, don't get me started on that because there's a huge conspiracy on the fact that Ray Charles has always been able to see and that he's not actually blind. So,
Oh my God.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Oh, that's Charles Ray. What the fuck is going on?
I'm so confused.
They found him.
You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yelling.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police, last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
And when were you assigned lieutenant?
This is the Charles guy.
Approximately 10
That's
years.
what I said. They must have found him.
I want to go back.
This guy doesn't really testify. They don't really ask him shit, and then they call the Charles guy. This is the Charles guy.
Yeah, this is Charles.
To January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We, at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from cruiser 682.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
No, they didn't get a call for a well-being check. I'm assuming
Did you travel from the police station to?
Karen or somebody said that the two kids were home alone. Maybe Carrie, I don't know.
True. Thank you, ATS. Yeah, but he goes to John's house after Gallagher's already been there.
Yeah. I think it was like 8 something. We'll find out here in a minute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you remember about how long that took you?
A few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of cruiser 682.
Okay.
Get the timestamp for me when he pulls in the driveway.
Dang.
What is all that? What the hell?
This is interesting. They're just showing us all of his dash cam. This is 821 currently. Oh, it's pretty clear on the screen, I guess.
Yeah.
This is much clearer than the others.
Visibility looks just fine to me.
Yeah, you see a black blob over here on the side of the road. Would you be able to see it? I think so.
Yeah.
Going 25 miles per hour.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah, it is.
Do we really got to watch the whole drive over there? Well, I guess he's wanting us to see. It looks like a plow had been through at some point.
Yeah, more middle of the night-ish.
Mm-hmm. Are we there yet?
We should be getting there soon.
Oh, right here. Corner house.
Mm-hmm. And then turn straight in.
That's a pretty, like, sharp.
Yeah, I love this fucking house, though. Let me just tell you that right now.
It's like a pretty sharp turn to turn with all that snow.
Yeah.
The house looks like red brick and not like. All right, what time? 8:23, we'll say.
Yeah.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman? I note that the time is 8:23:10.
There you go.
Do you remember the time when you got there?
Now he does.
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that. Yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing 2 vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please.
Last trial, they snuck this picture in, the zoomed in picture, and they had to put it into evidence later because it wasn't actually part of what they were going to do.
Well, it's because they asked him like what he saw or whatever, and then he went to say, "I didn't know then, but I know now."
Right.
And they objected. And they,
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please?
my God.
Yeah.
When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
If you look, the right side has more snow on it in general. See, there's like,
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
for sure.
like the red has more on it, and under it, the underneath the red taillight, like there down a little more, has that there, but not on the other side.
His niece and nephew were 14 and 11,
Yeah, something like that.
right around there at the
The
time.
nephew wasn't home. The niece was, but at this time when he pulls up here, the niece is already gone too. Like there's
Yeah,
no
no kids are here. So
I just think it's my opinion that because you can still see the ridges there. You can see the ridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I personally think that the snow was falling obviously like on an angle.
Coming this way.
Yeah, and covered one side more than the other.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Well, I mean, we could back it up and look at John's too. It's probably the same. There's hardly any snow over here.
Yeah.
That photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know what people think that snow would be sticking to create two different like bumps if nothing's there.
Yeah, I just don't think you could tell.
No.
Did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door.
One of them?
Anywhere we could see through plain view. We were just trying to see if we could raise anybody and see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show.
What if they were dead? Like you're there for a wellness check.
Portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
I think they actually find out though. I'm trying to remember a testimony from last time. I feel like they found out that they weren't there. Like somebody tells them, but I could be wrong.
Who shoveled the driveway? I mean, who shoveled that walkway?
Right here?
Yeah.
Well, his buddy comes and picks up Kaylee, and that's when the garage door was open, and he says he gets the snow out of the driveway.
But did he shovel the walkway? It looks like
No,
somebody shoveled and put
right here.
Yeah, it looks like they shoveled and put like salt down. I mean, maybe he sprinkled salt before he left that night.
Yeah, because he knew the storm was coming.
Yeah, it's just weird.
That's
I
possible.
I didn't remember seeing that last time. It also looks like somebody ran it over a little bit. See
That's what I was saying. I think that what is his name? Cupertino? What's his name?
Camerano.
Camerano. Thank you.
Cupertino. What?
Isn't that a football player? I knew it was something like that.
Sunscreen. Seriously?
Apparently, this is important for us to watch.
Thank you. At this time, I've moved to introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Look at Carl's dumbass. Where's all the people that usually sit there? Oh, we had a ring camera too, like at the door. I don't see you all looking in. Like, well,
Oh,
he
yeah.
might be looking in a little, yeah.
So I said, but I think they find out that the kids aren't there. Cupertino was a great guess.
How come they're not like banging on the door saying police? Weird. He's just sitting on his phone. Like, what?
Thank you.
All right, then.
The first video that, well, the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yanez?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set until, thank you.
I mean, they have the dash cam. Like, can't you just fucking tell us what time they left?
Right.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
I mean, I would rather know that than
My
watch them
next witness
stand
will
there.
be
O'Hara.
Kevin O'Hara.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go. So this is the CERT team guy. He's the one whose team found a bunch of taillight.
Yes. Yeah, I'll be right back so that I have my stuff together before you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Why is he yelling in my ear?
Please introduce yourself to the jury. Spell your last name for the record.
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O'Hara.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings at least twice a month where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large scale events such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we work.
Use your eyes.
We get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to, improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that at your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know in the department or a local police department asking, giving me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, which were, excuse me, sir, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles with the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022, there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team?
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members. We have currently 5 full-time members. So we increased on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the approval, the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long, it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team, just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that's got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Assigned cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator or GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond. So we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they do, more of as a command role. But because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
Damn, he memorized that just so he could testify to exactly what times they were there, because he damn well he doesn't actually remember that from the day. ATS says it was sent, had some trouble with the size of it, so I had to lower the resolution, but it shouldn't affect the audio. Okay, hasn't come through yet. I just checked to my criminality email, right? ATS.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge?
Never mind.
Where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
You didn't have, did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, you don't say there was two front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he stated the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location, and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly, or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe, so we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the streets. They're not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We want to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Let's describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb.
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene. So by 5:24, we started, all 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene of the grid that you were going to search, other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. If I had been more of in an instant commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, for our internal records. Primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the CERT team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one,
Yes, sir.
what is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
Close up?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A.
briefly see those photographs?
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yes.
We see exhibit number 129, please. Oh. Doesn't have it. All right, I'll move on at this point. And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
Red or clear?
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker. Yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 3 photographs. Do you recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph, please.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. All right, remove these 3 photos into evidence, please. Thank you.
All right, Madam Court Reporter 74.
It's 74, 74A, and 74B, so mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Could we get a more of a close-up, Ms. Gill? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. And you can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
Not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please. You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doesn't know how many pieces of taillight, but can tell you every damn time that one of his team members showed up. 542, 541, 524, 524, 521.
Yep.
But 6, maybe 7. I don't really know.
And they did that slow, methodical search and only found 6, but then other people found 40 more pieces.
Correct.
And also, I don't even know that 3.9 or 3.6, however many inches was at 7 a.m. or whatever. I don't even know that would cover the shoe entirely.
No.
You know what I mean? I don't think it would have.
No. The only thing that I ever thought was that where the shoe was, it didn't make sense to me because like that's where Carrie's car would have been. Like, wouldn't like they be getting out and like seeing the shoe themselves?
Yeah, and they also probably would have tripped on it and like unlodged it a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I would think that they would have seen it right there.
Yeah. I'm going to pull up YouTube. What time do you have to leave?
In about 20 minutes.
Okay.
So how much more? How long is he on? The rest of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got about an hour left. Not even.
Okay.
Thank you.
You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
In the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece?
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2, a close-up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Does that piece appear that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, move to introduce 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection. Thank you. And one's a close-up, right?
Yeah, Your Honor.
75A.
So it only took them 20 minutes to find the first piece and it was clear.
Yeah. But they couldn't find all the red ones.
And nobody found any before.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something. And then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
The asphalt, as far as I know, there wasn't any found in the street.
The shoes in the street.
He said a couple of the taillight pieces were found at ground level.
I'm going to go back.
On the asphalt.
Ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
Any approach?
Yes.
Showing you 2 photographs, could you look at the first photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
A piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these 2 into evidence, 1 photograph and a second is a closer up view. No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 76 and 76A.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
Hey, Broken Baker.
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from
Marissa.
your department
You're
or a
not either
different
indecent.
department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
Oh,
At any
this is when the Canton PD people are back out there. Oh, shit, I forgot about that. I forgot that. They're not even supposed to be doing anything with the case, and they're back out there when the CERT team's out there. Man. Hi, you guys. Thank you guys for popping in. I appreciate you guys stopping in here.
time did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we had searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass.
What the fuck is he talking about? You're muted. What's he talking about? They only searched the street.
They only searched that small area where they were told that John was found. Because remember, later on, there's the other pieces that are found over by the fire hydrant.
He said they didn't go in the yard, really. He just said the area they were searching was in the street.
Hold on. I wonder, is that them that was searching, or was that the other team later that comes back on the other day that they take the photo of? Do you remember which photo I'm talking about?
No. The only photos of the search that I've seen that night, and it's dark out. I thought they were in the yard.
I thought they were too. That's why I was looking for the photo. But I wanted to make sure it was from that night, which I think it is. No, they're in this. Shit. This is from that night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are they?
I'm trying to orient myself to where they are.
They could be literally anywhere. And that looks like they're in grass. So I don't understand, because you may have to rewind. Maybe I misunderstood him, but I could swear to God. So he threw me when he said that there was evidence on the asphalt. And then just now, I swear he said,
there's the fire hydrant.
Okay. But are we in the yard looking out? No, we're not. We're not.
No. This is
that's not the fire hydrant.
Yeah, it is.
Then where are the trees?
Right. So I'm going to show you right now because I have it up on my other screen. So hold on. So this has a little baby tree next to it. It's right here. So you have the fire hydrant. I'll make this one bigger. Hold on.
Yeah.
Right here. So you got the tree, and then you got the baby tree.
Mm-hmm.
And then the lights of the house in the
Except
background.
for in the yard.
No, they're in the street. There's their berm. The berm is right here.
So then where's the flagpole? We should see the flagpole from here.
Right here, maybe?
This doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm just not. I guess I'm
confused. He literally just said that they searched the. He said they searched the street, and that after they found some things, they went approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding anything. So they suspended the search.
Right. What I'm trying to figure out is why would they not be working from the yard to the street?
He was found in the yard.
Right. That's my question. Wouldn't you start where he's supposedly found and be working your way towards the street?
Yeah. Or, wherever in the street, working your way towards him. But it doesn't sound like they did that. It sounds like I swear he just said that he was not found in the street. He was found in the yard.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. I'm going to go back and listen now that we can see the pictures of this is their search. This is the fire hydrant. They are in the street. I just don't understand why they're in the street. Because they shouldn't be in the street. They should be where John was found.
Area, but brushes and rakes and shovels. Did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence.
I didn't go back far enough, huh?
No, you did.
Oh, I did. Okay.
Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly, definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sure.
He just said they didn't go in the yard. So I don't understand where you're coming up with that.
Right.
He said we didn't really touch the yard. I have other pictures. Like that one with the big piece that was found. And I swear that, yeah, that one. Like, where is that? I mean, this is just stupid. This is so stupid.
No idea. Well, this is how they got everybody on that one spot when it was actually the berm. And they tried to convince everybody that's where John's body was. That's the shoe. I have that one. What else we got in here? It's just silly. I don't know if I have any other ones from like with them in it when they're searching though. What's this one from? I think that's morning. That's just a screenshot of dash cam.
This is really pissing me off. Now I'm going to pull up Trooper Paul's diagram because I don't know that his says.
You can really tell where it is in this picture.
Oh, yeah.
And here, hold on. Here's one where it's upside down. That should help you. I think that's all I have from there. I don't know. I probably have more somewhere. Hold on. What's this one? Oh, there's your clear piece. Can you tell where that one's from? Yeah, no, you can't. All right. Okay, so everything they did was in the street. They didn't even bother to start when they had more light. They didn't even bother to start where he was found. That makes a lot of fucking sense.
And so not being able to search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point, or did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. So, and at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do they have to move that time up a little bit? Because in order for them to not be able to bring any tail light pieces over from the Sally Port.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Sleuthie, this is probably a good time to switch if you want to. Okay. Because we're about to do cross, so it's probably easy to find.
I think I got it.
Okay.
Let's see.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge.
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had access to that area.
Of course.
You didn't go in the yard.
But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated, because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think we Well, he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond instead of wasting other people's time calling us if I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around
Then who would do it?
2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel. So when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct. And to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet.
Okay.
I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call was at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that can.
I just want to say something real quick. So as of right now, this guy has no idea that they were going to seize the car. So nobody knew at that time that the taillight was broken by the time he's on the phone with Tully. So I'm curious at what time he figures that out. But because then when he gets to the scene, he's literally looking for taillight.
Did I say 12:32?
That's a different time you're looking to?
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31.
Was it really quick?
Anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay.
So he said when they were going through all the times that his people got there,
Yeah.
I think the last one to arrive is at like 5:41. And they're doing this search walking next to each other. So did they start the search without that last guy?
They started it without anybody. Like, so at 5:24 is when they say they actually like physically start to search.
But
And at that time,
two people arrive at 5:24, so they are not physically searching yet.
well,
There's no
no,
way.
they started. So they started with him, the guy that came at 5:54, the one that came at 5:21. So the three of them started. And then when the other people came at 5:24, they jumped in. When the one came at 5:34, he jumped in. And at 5:41, he jumped in. They started without everybody being there.
So they're not in a line then, because the other people would have to start further back. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Who knows? Like,
it's weird.
Yeah, it is.
So we
All right.
do know that
I gotta
at
take
that
off.
2:30-ish hour, you are not authorized to respond to the
We have see you soon.
Go see you soon.
unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Goosie arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were waiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were Still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived.
That's weird because if you remember from last trial, he didn't even know who all was there helping him. This time he knows the exact time they got there, their names, and they also all happen to have been driving cruisers.
It was 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you?
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously?
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark?
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at 5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct? As a matter of fact, your focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the 3rd member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to
Understood.
start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shuttle in the line.
Oh,
in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir, I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right. And so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line.
I do not know. I said the exact same thing. I don't even know that. Let me go back. So it said, per the meteorologist, at 6 a.m., there was 3.9 inches that could be on the ground. And I said before, I don't even know if that's enough to cover up the shoe. A man's size 11 shoe. So I don't know how they missed it or didn't run it over, trip on it, see it. It was black. I don't know.
Not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir.
Okay.
Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did, in fact, remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there, is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list: Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for, to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
Oh, that is correct, sir.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-cert members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-cert members included, or they numbered, at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe it was 5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-cert members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started your search?
No, they were on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come in the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay, so they were there for some reason other than why you were there.
That's correct, sir.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it'd probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's when what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, as almost an entity, single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a taillight, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir, our focus is forward and as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34th Fairview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area, possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry.
Really? Does anybody remember that? I do not remember that from the first trial. Somebody came out?
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit.
It's not even a fucking mudroom. It literally like, what is he even talking about? There's a foyer in one door, and then the side door is into their family room.
You know, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you just
Okay, so that goes into their family room.
describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Brian Albert.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything?
So he just stared like a creep? What?
To you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
Weird.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is.
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged.
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
That be a Brian Albert or a Matt McCabe. Did he have hair or no?
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Or was it Brian Higgins?
You testified that you recovered. Having a hard time speaking. It's been a long day. I apologize. Let's try that again. You testified that you recovered.
Let's be so for real, though. Brian Albert Jr. looks like a middle-aged man, so it could have been him, too.
A piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches to others maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which again would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and
So honestly, at least they had GPS coordinates, but I wonder like how precise they are when in that yard. And when you're plotting something so close to one another, I wonder how accurate that is.
it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them you've earlier testified would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or
I don't
maybe
think
2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago, back in 2022 at a grand jury?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, May 5th, as a matter of fact, at the grand jury, relative to each other? Do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
Excellent memory.
I think Jackson
You
needs to
rattled
go
off
home and take a nap.
times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it's maybe within a foot, this is an 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes. So I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item. Is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not where the piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir, ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence, and all those locations were turned over with our report to be
Understood.
measured at the desire of the detective, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the row without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and weeks and days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't
He looks like he's thinking that is the dumbest shit I ever heard. Is that what we're saying? We found 40 more pieces? God damn.
know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to have been recovered?
I do not know.
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if he used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember. Man.
I mean, not for nothing. You don't seem like a douchebag.
Highlighted portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
You know what I mean? Like, it depends. I mean, still answering questions and stuff. He's not like totally unwilling to cooperate.
I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
Grand jury.
June of last year.
Okay.
Oh, last
Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the words that he used, or at least you remember him using at that time?
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, see, he's not bad. Like, of all the law enforcement so far, like, he seems less, like, the least combative, really. I mean, Charles Ray and stuff, like, they didn't even really talk to him, so he doesn't count. But, like, this guy, I don't know, he don't seem horrible.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What do you all think the jury thinks when she's talking to her attorney like this? Or do you think they're thinking anything? Maybe they're not thinking nothing of it, but do you think they're thinking anything about this?
Lieutenant, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area.
So that
how large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later, after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50, possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time, it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help. Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route.
Oh, that's a lie. Nope, nope, nope. No, no, no. I literally just added this to the timeline. So if Tully said that he could not get a photo because it was still en route at 5:40 to 5:50 when this conversation is taking place, that's not true. 5:31, Karen's car is showing up at the Sallyport. So they could have got a photo.
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
So in a situation like that where, well, but I guess the jury doesn't know yet. So he got that answer and I already know that it was at 5:31 that her car showed up. And presumably she knows that too. So to me and her, I'm like, oh my God, like they lied. They couldn't take a picture because like it wasn't broken yet or something, like whatever the case may be. But the jury doesn't know. So when she like says stuff to them and then it ends up working out, I think it looks really good. But I can imagine a world where, because jurors are judgy, obviously. And I could see them, especially if it doesn't work out well, or like let's say the witness is like, yeah, I have no idea, like they're whispering and the witness is like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Or no, that's absolutely wrong. I could see them holding that against Karen. But I do think everybody should be participating. I just wondered, coupled with her facial expressions, sometimes she mouths things to witnesses like, Gallagher yesterday, I guess it was. People were making a big deal, so I thought she said something else. But when I watched it myself, she basically just said, yes, you do. Like they were talking about, you don't know that Trooper Proctor was like the lead, whatever he is. And he said, no, or I don't have any knowledge of that. And Karen mouthed, yes, you do. And I just wonder, I told you, I'm iffy about juries. They make me nervous, especially after hearing the one that came forward after Delphi.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting?
Tara, they did see the dash cam from the morning when Charles Ray and I forget the other, I think it's like Leeham or something, went to One Meadows to check on the kids. But I don't know that I agree with you that it's like obviously a broken taillight. Like I personally don't look at that, and I don't think that for me that I think that it's a broken taillight and looks like it does in the Sally Port, which I'm not sure if they've seen yet. A part of me thinks they haven't. Or maybe they did the first day. But they did see that, yeah.
Putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the two people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
Hank. Why is he so irritating? Were they in the crowd? I know, woman. I get it. I'm just saying. And as far as people in the courtroom saying she's not doing it as bad as last time, I don't know. I think it's a little different being there in person versus what we get to see because, like, they zoom into her face like nonstop. I personally, I don't like that, number one. But number two, I have a bigger problem with how far they're zooming into like the table, like the council table and the shit that's out on the table. That I don't like. But they pan over to her so much that I feel like the people at home might be seeing more. I don't know. I assume the jury has a better view of her than the people behind her.
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point. The media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene?
Woman, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't trust. They weird me out. I mean, that really shocked me. I think I lost a lot of faith in that.
Different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss?
You know what I'm thinking? If I had just been standing around there, like for instance, the guy that he saw, right? He saw a guy come out and he said like one thing to them, and then he went inside. And like this dude remembers it, right? But then we have these like Canton PD officers. Nobody knows who they are. Nobody knows what they're doing, what they might be saying, what their purpose is for being there. Like I feel like any other person would have been standing there. Don't you think the police would have been like, hey, what are you doing here? Can we help you? Do you have a purpose here? Would you like to help us? It just seems odd to me that there's like unknown police officers and still to this day, multiple years later, nobody knows who these people are and what they were doing or why they were even there.
Or throw anything onto your grid?
Oh, Hank, you.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or see anybody?
Sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Of course.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about best practices memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Hold on for a second.
So court's out of order.
Slow down a little, Mr. Arlo.
You mentioned best practices of memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
That would be interesting to me because I have the photos from last time and they are not time and date stamped from the last trial. So it would be interesting if all of a sudden they are.
Now, before you defined the grid and before you began that search, you knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I do.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Were either
I did.
Michael...
Nobody wants anything to do with him. Do you know Trooper Michael Proctor? I did. Oh, I mean, I do. I think that's the first time I've heard Hank say Proctor's name.
Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at
Bukaki?
Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time from the point you got there at 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, I'll sustain that.
Bitch, they were searching in the street. They wouldn't have been able to stop him anyway. They was in the street.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
I think you're confused. Part of the reason Proctor was fired is because his actions are corruption. He didn't just text things calling her a whack job cunt and stuff like that. That's not why he lost his job. He lost his job because he is corrupt.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base it on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence, asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please. Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, sir. I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get close to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red.
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level?
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
Touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please? And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
I just want to clear up for Indiana Girl. Arcus said that when they threw the cocktail glass, basically at like the average speed an adult male or whatever could throw to the taillight, that it was like similar damage. But that was, I don't remember the exact speed. I would have to go back and look. But let's say that someone could throw 35 miles per hour, let's just say, at a stopped car. And them throwing it at 35 miles per hour, which is faster, I guess, and smaller. I don't know. I have to go back and look. But they did say that that was possible, but that not the damage to the taillight matching the damage on John, or the speed that they're saying that the taillight hit John. The damage on the taillight didn't match because it would have been more.
Area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
So the search went approximately 60 feet.
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much.
Planting or manipulation is not the only determining factors for corruption.
Has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
I wonder if they took a photo of the area prior to starting to disturb it. Like, that would be really helpful.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
Why does Hank continually get to go up after there's already been a recross? Like, I don't even hear Bev say, go ahead. It's like he just blurts things out.
Sometime after we found the first piece, sir. So sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Here we approach.
Okay. Come on up, please.
So jurors, every day I've been asking counsel whether we are on track. Usually, I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track, maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So we'll let you leave for today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
I want them to go through that.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what's she gonna go through?
I don't know. My signal is really bad. There's an accident on the freeway on the car.
Oh no, you are breaking up now.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back.
Okay.
You can sit.
Jury's exit the court, please be seated.
What's happening?
All right, so counsel, since we have ended a little bit early today, I would like you to go through those exhibits that Mr. McDermott brought to your attention at sidebar and make sure all the redactions are appropriate so we can at least square away that issue. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All rise.
Oh man. I thought we got lucky we were gonna hear something. Yeah, she did. But I heard her say, that's why I said, what's she going to review? I heard her say, I'm going to review that. And then I lost it. And then they came back and I thought somebody was in trouble. Sir, you better not fall. Ryan. Better not fall. Okay, you can stop sharing. I'm not sure what to do because Teresa's the only one that can end the stream.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good at least. Yeah, so I'm just driving home. So I was trying to pay attention to the last thing that was happening on there. Can you tell me what he said was the time that Tully contacted him saying he had no photo? Because then my phone cut out.
They were together. And that was at
Or what time Tully told him they couldn't give him a photo.
like 5:40, 5:50.
Okay. So Jackson
then-
does get it in front of the jury that it was that the car was actually at the Sally Port at 5:35.
Yeah, he said that 5:35, but I'm looking right at the surveillance of the outside of them, like literally pulling it in, and it was 5:31. So like it was going into the Sally Port at 5:31. So I guess
Probably documented it at 5:35 that it was in and secure.
Right after it was off the tow truck and stuff.
Right.
So yeah, he did put that in front of them, and he did not know that.
So he's done. He's not coming back tomorrow. We get a new witness tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. Well, dang.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else that you want to fill me in on that I might have missed? I was in and out listening. I was just trying to get to the school.
I don't think so. Trying to think of what all happened within that. I don't think so. Not like nothing I can remember off the top of my head, like previous days.
Okay. All right. So you want me to end it from my phone, or you want to stay on for a little bit?
No, you can end it.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks, Sleuthie, for holding down the fort.
Of course.
We'll be back mañana for day 11 of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her retrial. Go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and I will see you guys around the YouTube streets.
Love you.
Love you. Bye, Sleuthie.
Bye.
Do you dare to follow